into the great unknown. The stars light up the stones. We're carried ever onward upon a hope of home. Into the great unknown, into the faraway wild. The sky is ever brighter. Into the great unknown, into the faraway wild and home. The paths we've laid, the friends we've made along the way. Reach out to feel. Out into the past we're headed, paths I'm trying to find. Into the great unknown. The stars light up the stones. We're carried ever onward upon a hope of home. Into the great unknown, into the faraway wild. The sky is ever brighter. Into the great unknown, into the faraway wild and home. Lives and loves we left behind, faded in the crust of time. Shooting stars, they dot the Milky Way. Painful ends and broken hearts left behind for a new start. Shut the doors, ignite and cast away. Into the great unknown. The stars light up the stones. We're carried ever onward upon a hope of home. Into the great unknown. Stars light up the stones. We're carried ever onward upon a hope of home.
evening, everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I am back. The internet gods have I've returned to their favor. It only took the part of the sanity of a poor Verizon tech. But I am back, friends. Here we go. Yes. Oh my goodness. Welcome, everybody. That was an ordeal today. Not so much for me. I was more bemused by the whole thing. It was so the last couple months, I'd say maybe even close to a year. Every couple months, my internet would just get flaky. It would just stop working, and then I'd have to plug in like an old router in another part of the house, and then suddenly it would pick up again, and everything would just work again for another month or so, and then the whole thing would start all over again. So I had a feel. So I was trying to like diagnose what was going on. I thought maybe it was like a bad splitter somewhere in the walls or something like that. So I was trying different things, and this last time though, it went out Wednesday night while I was in the middle of a stream, of course, streaming Assassin's Creed Valhalla, and I thought initially it was still just an internet thing, and then I happened to glance over and I saw that my phone also had no dial tone, because it actually says on the phone itself like check telephone line. So I turned that on. I was like, oh, I have no signal here. So like all of my services were out. It wasn't just the internet. It was like TV and the phone. So I said, oh, okay, this is something different. So went through the normal like online BS stuff, like, oh, we're going to send a signal to your equipment and all this stuff, and that, I would love to see a percentage of how many times that actually works. But like I went outside and I opened up the area that has my ONT is outside my house. And so I opened that up, the customer area, to see like if lights were on and stuff. And I saw a power light, but that was it. And it turns out that if you only see a power light, your unit's basically dead. Because you're supposed to see more than that. So went through the whole chat thing, and my account is so old that it took like 2 or 3 different customer service reps to just like, because they're like, hey, your account's old, we'd like to upgrade you and all this stuff. And it like took like 2 or 3 of them just to do the upgrade, because upgrade me to like gigabit Ethernet and all that, internet and all that stuff, just because I had the account for so long. And I hadn't touched it, which, I mean, is probably a testament to how good the Verizon BIOS service has been. Like, I've never had to touch it. It just works, and it's been fine for me. So, them having to go in and struggle to upgrade me to the latest stuff in their system because I was in such an old account, I guess is a testament to how good it's been compared to like freaking Comcast. Jesus. I don't even want to think about Comcast. But, yeah, went through all that. And the technician comes out today, and immediately he looks at the box. He's like, oh yeah, your box is dead. And he's like, okay, I know exactly how to fix this. And he just cuts the wires, unplugs it, rips it off the wall. He's like, okay, I got this. Like, cool. I'll be inside if you need me. So he, replaces all the equipment, which is great, because that makes a whole lot of sense to me that it was a hardware the hardware was starting to fail because of how intermittent it was when I was having failures and stuff. And that, saves me from having to dig through walls to see if a splitter has gone bad or anything like that. So that luckily everything was outside and there was no problem there. But what's funny is during the so he gets all the hardware working, everything's good. He gets the internet back, he gets the TV back, but the phone is not working. And he's like going back and forth with the techs at the office. And it's like, well, what happened was in the process of them struggling to upgrade me. Like they had two plans going, like they had the upgrade like scheduled to happen, and it does like automatically will send out the software and stuff to the ONT and update it and all that stuff when it's ready, when my upgrade window comes around. But apparently because my old ONT had died and he put a new one in there, the system saw the new one as being, oh, let's upgrade them to the next package. And so it just messed their whole back end up where I was getting the wrong software installed on it and all kinds of stuff. And it had like a whole different, their phone systems are weird, and it had worked for sort of worked for the internet and the TV, but it didn't work for the phone. And so it was like a 30-minute repair for just the hardware. And then it was like another 2 hours of them just at the home office, just bouncing my internet connection every 5 minutes, trying to get this stuff to work, trying to get the system to accept the correct settings until I then get upgraded next week to the new settings. So it's just, it was, I mean, on the one hand, it was a little bit stressful for me because I work from home all the time now and I need the internet. But on the other hand, it was just hilarious watching it because knowing as much as I know about software, I could see the decision process that went into how their software is working. And then I could see how it doesn't match with reality. And I'm like, yeah, I see what's going on here. So it was kind of nice to just kind of sit back and be like, hey, I can wallow in someone else's misery for a little while. Because I have never worked on telecommunications software, so I can say that's one area that I've never touched and haven't screwed up. So, oh my goodness! But that was interesting. But I'm all back up and working. Hopefully, it looks like everything's pretty solid. The internet's been solid for the rest of the day here, and then next week, hopefully, I mean, I'm scheduled for like Wednesday, but I also what's interesting, they have so many automated things now. And so like they scheduled me for Wednesday, and then it sends out a text message like, hey, if we have an earlier thing, do you want to, an earlier, opening, do you want to be involved in that? I was like, yeah, sure. Why not? So like sending automated text messages back and forth. So that was interesting. So we'll see. Hopefully I will be gigabit interneting next week sometime, and we'll see how it goes. Hopefully it goes pretty well. I mean, I'm actually relieved that they've changed the hardware out there, because I know now that I'm kind of up to date with that, and I don't have to think about like, is that aging? Is that going to fail on me at some point soon? So that was good. That I feel more confident now that like the next person coming in to do Ethernet stuff, that I've got like up to date hardware, and I don't have to worry quite as much about the age of stuff. Plus, I also feel good in that I was talking to the guy while he was fighting with the home office to try to get stuff working. someone down, one of my neighbors also had the exact same problem. He's like, you know what? I think one of your neighbors has the exact same problem. I'm going to go run over there, help them with that. And then, I'll keep in touch with you as this stuff goes on, drama goes on in the office. And they did. He had to replace their ONT for the exact same reasons. So I felt better that it wasn't just me. I wasn't just the one off, and I wasn't the only problem child today, because he had very much the same problems with that customer trying to get their stuff provisioned and everything else. So that was pretty I don't often get entertained by technical problems, but I found that to be a little bit more entertaining than probably I should have, because I've been in those boots before where everything's on fire and you've got customers waiting and you're like, let me see what I can do here. Let me try to force this system to work in a way that it's not allowing me to work right now. So, anywho, that was my internet drama. So today I just want to continue with the viewing the viewers stuff, because we got the panel to pop up, but I just need to figure out the logistics of getting it to pop up the way I want it to without the header and the footer stuff. And plus it's a little bit more visual thing, so we can all have something to look at while I'm doing it. I don't really want to start anything else yet. I kind of want to wrap up that one, and we'll see. I mean, I kind of want to wrap up the viewing the viewers thing, and at some point I got to wrap up the rating stuff, which is just figuring out the test cases. I haven't had a chance at all this week to do anything with the code, so we'll see how that goes. I know there's been questions about I know there's some simple things we can do with the support window, namely trying to get the sub button to not redirect you off the page, but I have to get some more setup on here, I think, to do it, because it wasn't quite working for me. I think I tried to set up 87 for it. No, was it 87 or 80? Probably 88. No. I'd set up one with the support button and I couldn't, I guess I was doing 86 then, because it can't, that has the support button, but it doesn't have the stuff. I guess if I came over here and went to and test 86, do I get the button here? Oh, I do. That's good. I might be able to figure out what this does here. If I do it. Yeah, this form, I think really the only thing that we need to do is have the put a target attribute on this form, and then it would probably work okay. But I have to test that to see, and I don't know. I have I have a Stripe test thing, but I don't know. I don't know if it'll work or not. I'd have to look at the Stripe documentation, because there's like test cards and stuff that you can use that are listed as dummy cards in Stripe, and so that'll let it go through the system but not actually charge anything because they're just dummies. And they had specific ones in their documentation. I just have to look it up and see if I've got all my keys in the proper place and all that stuff. So maybe maybe we can get to that. I don't know. I don't think we'll get to it tonight, but I would like to get to that soon because I know that's a pain point for a lot of people. And it should be, I mean, like I said, it should be relatively straightforward. It's just the hardest part is just testing it to make sure that I fixed it. That's really what it comes down to. I did not know they did that. So these tags up here are actually clickable. Okay, that's what I thought. Gaming's not, but these tags are. Okay. Because I put a thing out on Building Glimish about what if we had no categories. And one of the things I said in here was it'd be good if we made all the like the subcategory and the tags clickable, and then it would just filter right on the page. And so it's not unusual for us to have that because these are clickable and it filters. It sends you to the browse page for them. So that's good. Is the English? That doesn't work though. So I was thinking to do it also for the language and for the mature tag too. So I don't know. We'll have to see what people think about that. I have. Part of me feels like if we could simplify, like even Twitch is saying that they're looking at a way of browsing streams or browsing clips maybe, where you can just kind of, do it sort of a TikTok style, where you just kind of go through a feed of them. And I feel like that's where everybody's going now, is like just give you all the categories and stuff were a good way to do things before, but I feel like most people just either don't know what category they want to look at or just want to browse. If they have a specific category they want to go to, they'll probably just type a search in, or if they have a specific game they want to go to, they'll probably just type it in a search bar, right? So it feels to me like the gaming and stuff, like the categories, the top level categories, they're definitely they're the way a developer like myself would think about things. So when you're thinking about like, well, what are some of the things that people want? Well, they want to be able to find stuff, and so you think, okay, like kind of like folder structures, right? Like, okay, this, we'll have a gaming section and people can go there for that. We'll have an art section, people can go there for that. But if I take a step back and I think more like a streamer, right? It feels to me like all that stuff is kind of minutia that just gets in the way. Because we've already seen, and I've seen this a couple times just on Glimish itself, where streamers they'll just stream under gaming because that's where all the other streams are, because they figure that will give them visibility, and then they'll often have to be told to go move to another category and stuff. And it's like, why not just eliminate that altogether and just say, like, look, just keep your subcategories in order. Like, if you're playing a game, make sure that's there for the game. And if you want some tags, put some tags on it, and then just put everybody in the same bucket and just let people scroll down the page infinitely and find people that are live. I mean, right now, for the size the Glimish is, it would be more beneficial. I mean, there's theoretically, we get to a size where that would be, you know, a lot for someone to take in, but with the ability to be able to click on tags, the filter, the list, I mean, and the list being completely random, I feel like at some point, if it got unwieldy, where there was just too many streams there, it would just encourage people to either search for something or to click on one of the tags, and once they come across something that they want to see more of, you know, because I don't fathom that someone would sit there for, I don't, you know, even if we had like 1,000 streamers and they all showed up on one page, and it was like, you know, 50 per page or something, and as you scroll down, it just loads, you know, 50 more or whatever. I highly doubt that someone's going to scroll more than maybe 200 before they either find somebody they want to look at, or they decide that there's nothing that they want to see. You know what I mean? Like, I can't imagine someone would scroll all the way down to, you know, 1,000 before they got to something that they want to see, especially if it's a random, completely random as it is now. So I, you know, kind of my thoughts on it. I don't know. I'm really interested to see what everyone else thinks, because it's kind of a crazy off the wall thing. Because one of the things I see a lot of these other sites sort of emulating, like Kick, for instance, and stuff like that, is they emulate the categories and stuff of Twitch. Their homepages look a lot like Twitch, where they just emulate the categories. You know, even Trovo does it with their categories to a certain extent, and you know, BeLive definitely does it. And it's just like, the problem with that is, well, there's two problems. One, they rank them by number of viewers in the category, which means, you know, for Trovo, it's always like Call of Duty Mobile is always on that page. So you would, you know, you'd think that that's probably the only thing being streamed on that site, when in fact that's not the case. And, you know, on Twitch, it's almost always IRL, right? So you might think that that's the only thing anybody's watching, or anything, the only thing worth watching, you know? And so it'd be kind of nice to just get rid of that whole category thing and just be like, here's our random smattering of streams, kind of like a TikTok thing where you just get a random video, but instead of getting a random video, you're getting random streams, and well, random thumbnails of streams anyway. And you know, you just kind of look for what you're in the mood for. You might, I also feel like people will find stuff that they didn't know they were in the mood for, you know, and they'll be like, oh, you know what, let me take a look at this. You know? I didn't know I was in the mood for watching someone watching Shin Sakura make fonts, you know, like, oh, there we go. That's let's see what this is. That sounds cool. You know, you're kind of just throwing stuff out there. You're putting stuff on people's radar that maybe they wouldn't even think to even search for. You know what I mean? or would otherwise be in a category that they wouldn't have touched, you know, say under normal circumstances. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how that goes. But in the meantime, let's see if we can get this viewer list looking the way I want it to look. So I want to get rid of the header and I want to get rid of the footer stuff, which chat does. And so I got to figure out how chat manages to do it. And I have it. And it's usually it's something like there's a lot of there's plugs and stuff that run whenever you go to a certain endpoints and stuff, and there's also templates, and I'm guessing chat must override the template somewhere so that it doesn't pull in the header and the footer, because the header and the footer are shared across the whole site, so they're put into like a template that automatically adds them to the pages. So when you work on a page, you're really working on the bits between the header and the footer, really. And I just got to figure out where that is, so I can override that right now. Also, how's my Melvor idol doing? Still chopping wood, huh? What I would like I wanted to do that so I could do some fire making stuff. And I think I want the magic logs here. Let's get that, because I want to get some ash. I hope they give me ash for No, I'm getting some kind of ore for that. Where do these look? Something else there. I'm getting coal from them. Yeah, I'm getting coal from them. I need I did the wrong kind of, so I just kind of need to cut normal trees, I guess. Oak trees. Do both of these. First nest. Open those up. Get all the seeds. We're gonna let that run for a bit. Okay. What do we got? So I was looking at the router. We got the pop out for chat, but what I'm guessing, and this goes through, this pipes through the browser stuff, which has a bunch of stuff, but I'm wondering if I go chat pop out. Is there a... Oh, here it is. Here it is. Okay. Render nav, render footer are set to false. Aha! Aha! I caught you. You're being sneaky on me. You're being sneaky. There we go. Save that. And then if I come back here and I do pop out viewer list, ha ha, that's all right. So we don't have any active viewers right now, but I could probably generate a few. And hey, Sailor Lord, welcome. Welcome, welcome. How are you, kind sir? I am good. I am good. I have returned. I have returned to the internets. And all it cost was the sanity of a poor Verizon technician. Oh, but it was a sacrifice I was willing to make. Oop, here we go. Enumerable not implemented for MemGCT type bit string. Okay. Okay, we're seeing stuff. We're seeing stuff. Viewers EX 215. Viewers EX 215. Down in here. Okay. We're seeing any PRs? No, unfortunately. I am one commit behind. But it's it's more debugging stuff for the web streams. So I'll have to get that down tomorrow and go through my pull requests to make sure they're not blocked. I think I can look right now. They're probably blocked, a few of them. No, that one's fine. Not blocked is not the word I want to use. They're not merge conflicted. No, that one's fine too. Unfortunately, for some reason, GitHub will happily tell you if your stuff was past all the checks, but then it won't tell you if your commit if there's a merge conflict on your commit. In order to do that, you have to go through every individual one to see if it says it, because it'll say it down here, but doesn't like alert you otherwise, which is really annoying. Yes, this is fine. Okay, so most of these are still fine, it looks like. So, yeah, that's where we're at. But it is what it is. It is what it is right now. So it was saying it couldn't on this line. Channel usernames. Wondering if I'll see some of them soon or not. I don't know. I think I'm optimistic that Haiwa is that? I don't know how you pronounce his name. His username. But I'm optimistic that Haiwa will get some stuff organized and get them, you know, get the ball rolling a little bit. So we'll see. We'll see. I don't know. I'm trying to stay. I'm staying as optimistic as I can because I think it's there's some changes happening. What I like is that there's follow-ups scheduled and stuff like that, which is more than I think has been done previously. So it's not like we're completely repeating the past. We are making changes which I think is a good thing. But we'll see. I mean, it's his deadlines were like 2 weeks out, so, or their deadlines. I'm assuming genders, and I probably shouldn't. Their deadline was set for like two weeks out. So between now and then, it's just kind of a waiting game. I did notice though that immediately upon Glimish being a little more active on Twitter, we suddenly had more. We're back up near 20 streamers again, which is good, because it had dropped off to like 2 and 3, for a little while there. So, yeah, I mean, I know 20 is still not all that much, but it does signal that there's still interest out there. And the amount of feedback that we got on the plans and all that stuff also is promising that there's still some interest out there. So it's not like we're beyond help, I guess. It does still feel, I think I had mentioned at one point that I feel like this, like I'm always a little bit too little too late sometimes. Some of the features would generate a lot of interest. I agree. I don't know. I in my, especially Mythos, yeah, I feel bad for Mytho because you put a lot of effort into that over a couple months, and it's sitting out there just like everything else right now, kind of waiting. I in my mind, when you have a community that wants to be, when you have a community that's actively engaged and wants to be helpful and useful and really have feedback and all that stuff, and be a part of the growth and be a part of the formula of Glimish, everyone has to sort of play a role, right? And my, the code that I'm writing is, it's my code, but it's my code for all the purposes of, if it's broken, I will fix it. If it's not right, I will change it. If it doesn't fit the Glimish theme, I will work with someone to make it fit the theme. You know what I mean? Like, to all those things, it is my code. But it's also code that has had feedback from the community. It's code that is sometimes asked for by the community. I mean, I've put some things out there because I wanted to kind of encourage the community to be active, but a lot of this other stuff, like the tenor stuff, that was a community post. I didn't ask for that. That the community members asked for it. Rating is something community members have asked for. And so it's like, to have, as I said, everybody has sort of a role to play. And I, by my kind of going through that list and having that list out there and getting that feedback, I'm letting other people who in the community who want to help but don't have either the time or the skills necessary to do it, to still feel like they have a part to play, that they have a role, that they have skin in the game, so to speak. And so, you know, having a lot of that stuff kind of sit around is unfortunate, because it's not, you're not hurting me per se, right? Because I'll just keep on writing code until my fingers fall off, right? You're kind of I don't know what the right word to use is. You're kind of snubbing the community a little bit. You're kind of saying that their input isn't as valuable as they were led to believe. And I realize that's a bit over dramatic, I realize, but that's just kind of my sort of knee-jerk feeling about some of it. Which is why I got upset like I did and kind of mouthed off a little bit. You know, it's I didn't want to. I don't seek drama. I don't want drama. I've been trying my whole life to just make everything as simple as possible. I've tried to be as simple-minded as a man can be, and still, make it through life in one piece. So I don't like the conflict and all that stuff, but if it maybe hopefully lights some fires, some good fires, some productive fires, then, it might have been worth being the bad guy for a little bit, being the evil doer, as it were. I don't enjoy it in any stretch of the imagination, but it's like those 80s movies where you have like the good cop and the bad cop routine, where they would, the two cops would go in and interrogate somebody, and one of them be all buddy and the other one would be like, ready to drop them off a building kind of thing. I felt a little bit like that, and it's not a great feeling. Yeah, generally I agree that it's, I mean, that's the way I look. It took me a long time to finally come around to that, where it's like, for people who are creative, and I'm not just talking, developers, I'm talking, artists and musicians and everything like that. There's always that, difficulty in taking criticism, right? Because you put so much of your own being into everything you do, and there's also, the ever-present imposter syndrome, and all that stuff, and so you put so much into something, and then have someone like seemingly crap all over it is really difficult. But what I found, and how I came to kind of grips with it, was that a lot of times I was overreacting to people's criticism, right? A lot of times it's, even, if you look at Steam reviews, for instance, see all these Steam reviews where people are just ripping into like these single developer shops, you know, and they're like, this is crap, everything about this is crap, and all this stuff. But even the ones that are pretty, hello, Beef Viper, welcome. Even the ones that are pretty acerbic tend to have some. If you peel back the onion a little bit, they tend to have some points and some. They're just really bad at presenting them. You know what I mean? They're really bad about being civil as they present their points. And oftentimes they are probably the most passionate of the community, right? The ones that are like, you know, how could you do this? Why would this doesn't make any sense, and all that stuff. And you realize, like, you know, yeah, they could have worded it better. They could have worded it more pleasantly. They could have treated you with a little bit more respect. But at the same time, you know, some people, like I was taught to calm down before you hit the send button. Type out all you want, but before you hit the send button, delete it all and rewrite it after you've calmed down, you know, that kind of thing, right? So, yeah, well, there you go. I mean, and some people find them hilarious, yeah. So that's how I kind of look at it. I kind of look at it as like, yeah, there's going to be passionate people in the community, and yeah, they're going to have some things to say that aren't pleasant, but the less you take it personally, the more helpful the things become. You know what I mean? You're not good at sugarcoating anything. Well, yeah, and I get that. And like I said, it's one of the hardest things, like going from, like when I was a junior developer and I was just getting started, like freaking 15 years ago, it was, well, actually it's like 19 years ago. It'll be 20 years in March, actually. It was hard. Like, taking criticism was like, it felt like a personal attack every time. Every single time it felt like a personal attack. And it wasn't until years later that I realized, no, it's not, they're not personal attacks. I mean, they might sound and look like personal attacks, but they're really not. I was overblowing a lot of it. I was making a bigger deal out of something than I should have in many cases. And once I came to realize that, I realized that, you know, everybody's trying to make a better product. It's just, you know, you just kind of have to navigate their idiosyncrasies. You know, somebody wouldn't yell at you if they didn't like what you were doing. Sort of, so to speak, you know. Most people, if they don't like your software, they'll just leave. You'll never hear from them again, or they'll just give you a thumbs down and a meme and then shove off. Right? You know, like that's about all you'll get out of them. But someone who actually really liked your software, they're more likely to be far more poison pen letter, poison pen novel in their feedback. You know, and if you recognize that, then you actually get better at what you do. You know, but it's hard. It's not an easy thing to do by any stretch of the imagination. And it never stops hurting either. You know what I mean? Like, as much as I could say, like, oh yeah, it's nothing personal, and I just don't take it personally, it still kind of stings. It still stings a little bit when someone's like, everything you do is crap, and you should feel like crap. But you just kind of shrug your shoulders and you're like, yeah, okay, you know, that's just like your opinion and stuff, man. Respect goes both ways, and in my eyes, and critiques are going to happen, but not everybody has bad intentions. Well, exactly. Yeah, exactly. I think it's hard to the dude abides. Yeah, exactly. It's hard to glean intention from a critique, right? Like, a critique is a critique, and trying to glean like some kind of like what their intent was other than to just give feedback is very difficult, right? It's almost always inaccurate too, because you might really think someone's a jackass based on their feedback, and then you find out, no, actually they're just, you know, you talk to them in person about any other topic and you find out, no, actually they're really, you know, they're really knowledgeable, and they're really, you know, passionate, and it was just their passions that caused them to kind of be a little bit of a jackass sometimes. You know what I mean? Text is so bad for feedback. Yeah, exactly. Well, yeah, you can't, I mean, text in general is like, you know, trying to, I was that guy, and I sometimes am still that guy where I'm like 55 emojis in a text message because it's the only way I can think to convey that I'm not angry. I'm not, you know, I'm not, you know, being pushy. I'm just like, I'm just saying, you know. So I'm like the emoji spam reply dude all the time. I've tried to get a little bit better with it, but it's that was me at the beginning when text messages started really taking off. I was all over that. Like, oh, smiley face after every reply. Whoop, this one needs three smiley faces. Oh, what do we got here? What was the error again? It was saying enumerable not implemented. Oh, it's not an enum. Not an enum. How did I recent oh yeah. This is a list, isn't it? This is a list. No, it's an enum. Huh. Euphoria programming language, never heard of that before. This is no, this is Elixir. Yeah. Which is also probably a language you've never heard of before. It's based on Erlang. Yeah, it's based on Erlang. It's a new revamped edition of Erlang from back in the day, which was mostly used for telecommunications industry stuff. It's got its idiosyncrasies, but it actually it works. But you have to bend reality a little bit. Like, it has variables, but not really. Everything's sort of a constant, which is interesting. Heard of Erlang, never used it though. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, the getting all the text chat out and getting into in-person meetings. Yeah, I agree. I agree with that, saying it. It's and it wasn't so much in person for me, but like now that I'm permanently working from home and all that stuff, just having video chat over, you know, Teams or whatever, just it makes so much of a difference, because you actually interact with somebody and you get all their, you know, when they're joking with you, you know when they're being serious and all that stuff. Yeah. Getting the hang of Python now? Oh, are you, Mr. T? You getting the hang of Python? I have not done really anything in Python, honestly. So you mostly do Beef, you mostly do C++, you've done Basic, QBasic, ASM, Pascal, C. You've just listed off pretty much everything I've done too. I don't do C++. I've only dabbled in C++, but I started out in C, and then I did some QBasic and some assembly, and then in high school I did Pascal, and then mostly in college, mostly I did C. I was not big on C++. I mostly did C in college, and then I did Java, and then I've been doing Java as my career for almost 20 years now. Although I took Java in college, and then my first job I started out in VB6, which I hope no one ever has to do. VB6 is what we started out in, and then we switched over to Java, and I've been doing Java ever since. And I did have a stint for a year doing Ruby and Ruby on Rails. That was different. It was not the best experience, but it let me at least get my feet wet in modern functional languages anyway. Yeah. Oh no, Visual Basic, yes. The app that we were working on was Visual Basic with DCOM and COM Plus stuff going on in the background for God only knows what reason. And that was a thing. Luckily what happened was more, we got some clients, and then more people came on board, and then we kind of split the company in, like, most of the company worked on Java because a lot of our clients were on Linux and IBM and all that stuff. And then another part of the company worked on .NET. What are you doing? C#? I think they were doing VB.NET. And they worked on .NET, and that was just for like Windows clients. So it worked out well for me. I got on the right team. Working on the Godot GDScript. Yeah, I've heard of the Godot game engine, and I've seen some GDScript stuff before. I've never actually used it or anything. I think I have like Unity downloaded on here at some point too. I've never actually. I had a thought that I would like dabble in some of the like game programming stuff, some of the engines like Unreal Engine and all that stuff, but I've never like had the time to do it. But that's good. I mean, I've heard good things about Godot and the GDScript stuff and all that. There's been a lot of decent games written in it too. The only thing I think I touched like the Torque engine, the Torque game engine at some point. But I don't even know if that's still around. I wonder if that's still around. QRQ Twerking Engine. Game Engine or TGE, cross-platform 3D computer game engine. Yeah, first release was 2009. Went open source in 2012. Oh yeah, latest stable release was 5 months ago. It's still around. You're working on your own game engine and a VGDL to go with it. Oh, cool. Yeah, there's two schools of thought. One is, don't reinvent the wheel, and the other one is, yes, reinvent the wheel. And I kind of like for game engines and stuff, like I can see both sides of that argument. Like if you're trying to get something done relatively soon and you want it to just work on like multiple platforms, like you want a cross-platform kind of thing, then I could see using an existing engine. But if you're just looking to have something that's customized just for what you need, and maybe you're only targeting the PC or something, why not? Why not roll your own engine? I mean, that's what they used to do all the time, is roll their own engines. It wasn't until more modern times that they started reusing engines and stuff. Yeah. You don't have any game or story you want to tell, you just like working on the back end system stuff. I get you. I mean, that's always a nice. It's like I like emulation. I like NES emulation, and I like Genesis emulation and all that stuff. And I have this project that I just keep going back to every 5 years or something, where it's just like just writing an emulator for the NES in Java. And I know that there's like Boku tons of emulators out there already that do it already. But it's just something, there's just something nice about just kind of just taking a simple, 6502, processor system and just kind of emulating it and just sort of just doing it yourself. It's you're not trying to be anything special or do anything crazy. It's just like you just want to do it just for the experience of doing it, just for the fun of like, it's kind of making something, even if you never release it, You want to be honest, you hate homemade game engine? Look what happened to Z1 Battle Royale. Well, yeah, I mean, I could see that side of it too, Mr. T, but it's like, how can I put this? It depends on how the failure happens, right? Like if the failure was that the game just wasn't fun, it really doesn't matter what engine or how much time you spent on the engine, right? But if the failure was, oh, they made it for Stadia and now Stadia is gone, well, then that could be a thing where maybe they should have just used an engine off the shelf and they could have had it on consoles that still exist. You know what I mean? Yeah, if you actually have a game that you want to make, going with an existing engine is usually a better choice. Yeah, exactly. Well, like I said, it's even if you do have a game that you want to make, like what's the name of that game that I've been following forever and ever? I'll never remember the name of it now. But there's a space game Oh, is it Rodinia? Yeah. Rodinia. This game, I'm pretty sure, has its own homemade engine. And he's been working on it for, like, I've been following this for at least 4 or 5 years. Probably been working on it for even longer than that. And he's just doing his own spaceflight engine, his own on-planet engine, all kinds of stuff. And I'm pretty sure he's got his own. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure it's a custom engine that he's been writing. So you have you can build out your spaceship, you do different sections of your spaceship, and also go fighting and all that stuff. And so it's like he's got obviously a very clear idea of what kind of game he wants to make. And he just decided to just do his own engine. So that he can have the full control over how everything works and doesn't have to kind of jam stuff into an existing system, that kind of thing. So, but he's also, been working on it for much longer. It's been in early access for years and years and years, and been working on it much longer than I think most game cycles would want to be worked on for. So it's kind of a toss-up sometimes, It's really a toss-up. Now, that said, he's obviously making it for PC and just targeting that. If you really want, I want this to run on Linux, I want it to run on the Switch at some point, I want it to run on, mobile devices, then you're kind of shooting yourself in the foot if you're trying to do that yourself. That's when it's like, okay, you really ought to look at an existing game engine that already does that stuff for you, the cross porting and stuff. You always appreciate the Unreal Engine. Oh yeah. I mean, Unreal Engine has become the gold standard. It took them a while, but it's become the gold standard now for engine design. I kind of wish, I don't know if it would have made a difference with Star Citizen or not, but I kind of wish that Star Citizen had maybe done something with Unreal Engine instead of the Crytek engine. But at this point, they've so heavily customized the Crytek engine that it's not even the Crytek engine anymore. It's now the Star Engine, is what they're calling it now. So I don't know. It's an interesting one. Yeah, I saw that. I saw Fortnite went to the latest Unreal Engine. And I wonder, did the visuals change on Fortnite? Because it looks like the last time I saw Fortnite footage, it looked less cartoony. It looked more vibrant than what I remember. Tremendously. Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah, Unreal Engine was one of the most hated engines. I think Unreal Engine 2 was, devs really did not like it because you had to really finagle it to get it to do things you wanted it to do. The baked lighting. Yeah, so there is a the Orville. Yeah. So these guys doing the Orville Interactive Fan Experience, they were doing a Star Trek Enterprise fan experience, Star Trek The Next Generation fan experience, and they got shut down by CBS because CBS doesn't like fans. But they were doing it where they had an entire walkthrough of the Enterprise D, and you could actually, when you went on a turbo lift, it actually took you through turbo shafts throughout the ship and everything. It was really, really sweet. I still have it, I think, saved on my computer here because you can't find it anywhere else. But once CBS kicked them to the curb, they went to the Orville, and they have a whole recreation of the main spaceship in the Orville. And one of the things I remember them saying was, and this was back when they were doing the Enterprise, they were getting a lot of performance issues because their lighting, they weren't using baked lighting. They were using regular like spotlights and stuff. And so it had, every time you walked into a room, it had to recalculate all the shadows and everything else. And so they had started to switch over to the baked lighting, and it made a tremendous difference in FPS, from what I understand. So also hear that Epic improved easy anti-cheat. I guess they did. I don't know how much they improved it. Other than maybe it's I think they were having a problem where a lot of cheaters were able to get through. So I think they improved it in such that they were able to find more cheaters, I guess. But easy anti-cheat, I think the latest thing they did was make that work for Linux. So easy anti-cheat stuff on like the Steam Deck and stuff is now working better than it did. I think that was one of the things that was really broken at some point. I think they've improved that over there with the Proton or whatever it's called. Players get banned before they join a match if cheats are detected on your hardware. Yeah, I think they detect if a process is changing the address space of another process and stuff like that, which is not necessarily foolproof, because you could have an overlay like what was that overlay? It had a really awesome name, and I can remember. It was like Firehawk or something like that. Where you would have like an overlay of, if you're talking in voice chat with somebody, you would see them talking on the overlay and stuff like that. And then of course you got Discord overlays and things like that. So all of those things change a process because they're injecting themselves into the rendering pipeline at some point. And even like OBS to a certain extent will peak at the rendering pipeline. So they kind of have to put all these like exceptions in there as they do stuff, I think. Valorant's Vanguard anti-cheat is a kernel level driver. Oh, there you go. Although I wonder how Linus feels about an anti-cheat being a kernel level driver. Because I feel like Linus is very anti kernel level anything. Like, he wants everything to be in user space all the time. So I'd be curious if that ever, I mean, obviously it had to pass his desk at some point, but I'd be curious if that was if he was maybe asleep at the wheel when that came down the pike. Now there's a guy who, for better or worse, and mostly for worse, does not pull punches. Like, that's to the point of being problematic at points. And I'm talking about Linus Torvalds, not Linus Tech Tips. in case there was a misunderstanding there. Talk about the creator of Linux. Yeah. Yeah, I know. I just like, I realized afterwards, I was like, somebody could just clip this and say, and then it seemed like I was angry at another YouTuber. I'm like, no, that's not the case. That's not who I'm talking about. So I was saying this isn't an Eon, but I'm reducing it. That's interesting. Okay, let's see what. It was viewers 215, right? Recent chatters using. Not nil. Let me print out what this actually did. Recent chatter usernames. But I have a feeling it must be a list instead of an EM or something. This is what I'm gathering here. That for now. Oh yeah. It's not even a list. It's just a string. Wait, did I completely botch what I'm looking at here? How did I mess that up? I guess because it only found one, it reduced it all the way down to just... Yeah, it's like returning just the one thing. Which... I gotta test that. Let me test that with another user here. Riot is in serious trouble. Their system got breached and source codes were stolen. Just for League of Legends? Or League of Legends? Or was it other Riot games that also got hit? Some mentioned games. Oh, so Riot has what? Vanguard and League of Legends. And what else do they have? Why don't they have their games listed? Or Valorant, I meant. They have League of Legends, Valorant, Legends of Runeterra, Teamfight Tactics, Convergence? Oh, that's a League of Legends thing. Okay. Interesting. So what did they say that on their news here or something? Or is it in that like a tweet or something like that? I bet it was probably in a tweet or something. They wouldn't put that on their on their main website. Marketers don't want that to show up there. Okay, so we have ran that one and only bringing back one username. Which is not what I'm looking for. Oh, wait, no. Yeah, because it's listing the current presence. I got to do a... whatchamacallit it here. Let's go incognito. And log in here. Because it's only showing me the people who are not only active, but also connected to the chat. So... that is what's going on there. Get in as GCT again. And code here. I need a code. Oh, I was thinking again. 2210 01. Where are we at here? 2210 or 1010. $18. Yeah, we're definitely off. Damn it, man. Oh. Alright, so we gotta... Alright, we gotta close this stuff out and then try this again. That's... Alright, and then let's get a PowerShell. Close out that. WSL shut down. Okay. Come back in here. Oh, you got the yeah, you can post a link, Beef Viper. I hopefully I have links turned on Twitch. I'm not sure. But yes, you can if you have one. Thank you for asking though. That's my only rule. Let me see. First of all, let me see this Twitter post. This T here. Updating on the status of last week's cyber attack over the weekend, our analysis confirmed source code for League, Unified Tactics, and a legacy anti-cheat platform were exfiltrated by the attackers. Today we received a ransom email, needless to say we won't pay. While this attack disrupted our build environment, could cause issues in the future, most importantly, we remain confident that no player data or personal information was compromised. Truthfully, any exposure of source code can increase the likelihood of new cheats emerging. Since the attack, we've been working to assess the impact on anti-cheat and to be prepared to deploy fixes as quickly as possible if needed. The illegally obtained source code also includes a number of experimental features Well, I hope some of these game modes and other changes eventually make it out to players. Most of this content is in prototype, and there's no guarantee it will ever be released. Our security teams and globally recognized external consultants continue to evaluate the tech and audit our systems. We've notified law enforcement. We're committed to transparency. We've made a lot of progress since last week. We believe things will be prepared later in the week. Well, I mean, at least they reported it near the time of the attack, which is more than you can say for a lot of companies. And yeah, I mean that tracks as a response. That tracks. It looks like so they were hit by a social engineering attack. Yep, that'll happen. That will happen. So we every year we get training on how to protect yourself against social engineering attacks, because they are the most common ones, where they send you like something that looks like it's from your boss, and kind of, you just kind of absentmindedly open it, and then you're screwed, so you kind of have to. I mean, that happens. It's rough, but the thing is, if their development environment, if their development team is set up the way that it should be, then those developers probably don't have access to production systems. Like as a developer, I don't have access to production systems. Nor do I want access to production systems. I have access to development systems. I have access to source code, which in of itself can be bad when you're dealing with closed source, because, now it's out in the wild. But it's not. The worst that happens from that is someone finds a flaw in your code that you didn't see, like a security flaw, right? It's not like someone's going to inject code into the system, because even if they did, they would. It all goes into source control, so you would see the history of changes that were made and who made them. You know what I mean? And it would probably take weeks and months for it to even get deployed anywhere useful anyway. So yeah, in and of itself, that's not, like, if they have those protections in place, then they're good. If they have developers that have access to production, though, that could be a really bad thing. That could be a really, really bad thing. Because then they could have access to live data and live user accounts and things like that. Yeah. For things, someone a random private message on IRC. Yeah. No, I got you. No, it's mostly posting the links. The reason I ask people to ask before posting links is, well, one, links are scary, but two, you'll often get people who will drop in with ulterior motives, and they'll be like, they'll be trying to advertise themselves without ever, like, without putting any effort in. They'll just like drop a link, and just like, like, dude, all you had to do was like, interact a little bit and just ask, and if do that. But now, now I gotta get upset over it. So you got Pong here. XML game engine. Oof. As someone who has worked with XML in the past, good luck. Trying to get XPath and stuff to work in a performant way is a rough one. I am curious though, is there a particular reason you're doing XML and not like JSON or something? You always love that reaction. Oh no, XML. I mean, are you going to do like XSLTs and do transformations on it, or is it just a is it just a preference thing where it's just more human readable? Because I could see like doing XML if you really want something that's more human readable. And I see you have an XSD here too, so that helps with like validating it and stuff. When it look familiar to noobs that might only know HTML. Okay, that's fair. That's fair enough. Yeah, the only reason I ask is because I wrote a... So my first job was insurance software. And we had our big, like, you know, cool thing that set us out from the competition is that you have like actuaries and stuff that are like super math geeks that just know how to do math, but they don't really know how to do much else. And so we gave them a way to put their crazy math formulas directly into our system via XML. And then we would take that XML, transform it to, at first, JavaScript, and then run it through like through the Rhino JavaScript engine, and we would run that as nightly jobs. That ended up being too slow, so we ended up compiling it to actual Java code and running it through Janino as a Java job that would run, like as a native job that would run at nighttime, because we have there's like a certain window of like a couple hours where all these jobs have to run and be done. I could just tell you from all the experience with XML, seeing JSON now and how you can just pull that like directly into an object without all the idiosyncrasies of parsing and all that stuff, like night and day. Glim Java, hey Selrek, welcome. You're thinking that XSLTs will be cool at some point, being able to output to some programming language that could compile the game description. Yeah, I mean that's the other thing. Like that's why I said, like, if you planned on, you know, running XSLTs against this to generate. So are you doing this in C++? So I would guess you would generate like Lua as a scripting language maybe out of it, and then you could probably do that. You could probably have an XSLT that just runs through and does that. I wouldn't try to do that at runtime because that's still going to take a bit of time to do. But like if it's like a one-time thing, like the first time you load up a game on the game engine, it parses it to some intermediate scripting language. Might not be bad, and then you just keep the scripting language around. Mm-hmm. The code to get the XML into an object, yeah, because, I mean, speaking from Java experience, like you've got your XML pool parsers, which just basically read the XML as a document straight top to bottom. And then you've got your XML translators, which actually take the XML and try to turn it into objects for you. And it's just like, oof. That's rough. You know what I mean? That's why I say like JSON is just like one thing. It just goes right to an object, and you know, the parsers are pretty straightforward serializing it and deserializing it and all that stuff. But like I said, it's not as readable as what you have. So I could see you coming from the perspective of you want something readable. And also, it also depends on if you're going to put like an editor in there, right? Like if you're planning on having like a visual editor, at that point, there may not be any need for XML. You might be able to just either generate JSON or generate the scripts, like an intermediate script language right in there. So it really depends on how you plan on having people use it. You want them manipulating the file directly? Do you want to give them the option to manipulate the file directly, in which case the XML is fine? Or are you going to put like an editor in front of them and just have it be sort of a save, you know, like a way to just save the information that they've done in the editor? You know what I mean? You can go with Lua at the time used. Expert TK. Expression Toolkit. Okay. And you're writing the functions yourself. A visual editor would be a long way off. They'd have to write it themselves. Yeah, I get that. Yeah, it's not the easiest. It's one of those things where you either start out with a visual editor or you're just like, yeah, let me just get the basic functions working first and then worry about it. And it's really, there's no right answer to that. It's whatever you prefer doing. You know, do you prefer doing the UI stuff without any of the back end stuff in place, or do you prefer getting the back end stuff done and then worrying about the UI later? That kind of thing. It sounds like you like the back end stuff, so I can see coming from it from that perspective. Yeah. Dantwire said he's recreating Mayo Labs in React.js. The legacy version is in Vue. Yeah, I haven't looked at either React or Vue. I am aware of them, but I have misgivings about a model view controller architecture in JavaScript. And I because I understand the perspective that they're coming from, which is you don't need a powerful server if everything's running on the client. But you're kind of hoping that there's enough horsepower on the client for things to just kind of work well. And I guess it really depends on the kind of app that you're doing. You know, like if you're doing a React app, full page app, I mean, a lot of people have a mixture of them anyway, so I guess it's kind of a moot point too for the making. But yeah. We looked at XAML and SVG. Yeah. Yeah. SVG is ridiculously powerful. It's almost scary powerful. XAML is okay. XAML, it's kind of one of those things where I was like, it to me it felt like a more of a fad back in the day. Maybe it's gotten better since I've dealt with it. I try to deal as little with XML nowadays as I can anymore. The only XML I deal with now is like configuration for Spring Framework and stuff like that, honestly. First you thought you were crazy trying to use XML first. It doesn't seem that odd. Now, like I said, it's not odd. It's especially coming at it from the perspective you're coming at it. If you were, like I said, if you were doing a visual editor first, I would question your sanity in putting it in XML unless you wanted people to be able to edit the XML directly. But if you're coming from doing the back end first and then worrying about a visual editor later on, it makes perfect sense doing that, you know. Lunar was on about the Lunar social media being written in Python. Tried looking up how to create web apps in Python. You got a bit dumbfounded. To be honest with you, Mr. T, I'm also curious how Python works as a web app, because there was a company that I didn't work for them, but they were in the office complex next to the one that I was working in. What are they called? Monotate, I think they were called. Who their entire web app was done in Python, and I've never looked into what that actually means, because obviously, you know, a web app is a web app, so it's got to have a server there. Now, whether that's an Apache server or whether it's a, you know, Nginx or one of those things. LibrePay is developed in Python. Yeah, there's like web applications that are written in Python. I just don't know what they're using. Like there's the was it the PyPy engine? Is that what it is? For game development? Am I thinking of, or is this a different implementation? Oh, it's just this is a different implementation of Python for because it has a just-in-time compiler. Oh, interesting. Was this maybe this is only what's used for like Raspberry Pi stuff? Maybe, I don't know. R Python. What is the Python web? I guess I shouldn't search Wikipedia for that. Python web. Flask. Now I've heard of Flask. I didn't know what Flask was. What is Flask? What is this? Flask depends on the Jinja template engine and the Workzug toolkit. We import a Flask class. This is a class will be our WSGI application. We then use the route decorator to tell Flask what URL should. Oh, so this is a controller. They just created a controller here that's mapped to slash. That's your home page controller, basically. Run Python M Flask. The Flask where your application is with the app option. Oh, so Flask is the server. This launches a very simple built-in server, which is good enough for testing, but probably not what you want to use in production. For deployment options, see deploying to production. Okay. A WSGI server is used to run an application converting incoming HTTP requests, blah, 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 blah. Oh, okay, so here's a bunch of servers. Which you can use, or you can just use Nginx or Apache, which is probably more likely you'd use one of these. To run it. Those would process the incoming web requests, and then those would go into, yeah, so mod WSGI would go for Apache HTTPD, and then Unicorn, pure Python WSGI server with simple configuration. Does not support Windows, but does run on WSL. Okay. So that's what they're doing. So they're just using existing, so they have some servers that they've built themselves in Python. And then they have the normal internet servers. Or you can do AWS Elastic Beanstalk. And then Flask is doing, so like having the server is one thing. Having a routing and controller framework is another thing. So it sounds like Flask is the routing / controller, like model view controller framework. Okay, so that's basically that's how they make Python work as a web app then, probably. Interesting. I learned something today. Because I'd heard of Flask, but I didn't know what the hell it was. Now I can see what it is. Interesting. Interesting. This is what I say. Never stop learning, right? You stop learning, you stop growing. Yeah. Well, was there anything else, Beef Viper, that you wanted me to see here? You wanted my input on? I'm happy to give it. Ooh, Xerxes. I know Xerxes. I know Xerxes. I know Xerxes for Java. You're using Xerxes for C. Xerxes and I have had some words before in the past. It's actually the up-to-date version of it is actually not bad. It actually works really well. But there were times in the past where it was, oof. If it looked readable and sensible, yeah, it looks fine to me. Yeah, yeah, I mean, it's well formed. It looks fine. Why? Some formulas in there. The only weirdness that you might run into is with some of these things, like it looks like you're taking in maybe some snippets of code. As if they want to use an actual double quote, they might have a little bit of a problem. Because I'll have to do like a C data to do it. And that might be interesting. The only way you could get around that is to make the X and the Y tags child tags of it, or have a hybrid of both, where you can take it in either as attributes or as tags underneath. But that's all. That takes a lot more coding than it's probably worth at the end of the day. It's up, down. We have, not sure about them including double quotes, yeah. We've got a state object, a state engine, looks like, is good. Got your inputs down here. I don't know if I don't know that I would probably put the inputs outside of the states tag, but I might even say like put the inputs in its own file. But I can see what you're doing here with the action. The only reason I say that is it's if you ever wanted to remap the inputs, or maybe it's more of a, instead of having the actual buttons here, you would have like a meta name, like a name of the button, and then in another file they could remap it to it. It would map to an actual button, like a controller button or a keyboard button or something. If breakout and Space Invaders that have more states, the inputs are in a state because different states can have different inputs right now. Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. The different states can have... Oh, yeah. Okay, that makes sense. Like if you're in like a state of, say, climbing or something, you could have extra keys available to you where you wouldn't be in the other thing. Yeah. Yeah, I would still recommend like having, if you think of like externalized strings where you have like a keyword and then the actual text of the string is in a different file, and everywhere that you reference that string, you reference it by the keyword. It would be the same thing for like buttons, where it's like you reference them by like a keyword, and then in some other file that keyword maps to the actual button that's supposed to be, or something like that. Yeah. Or a menu screen or something. Yeah. Hey, Zero Effects, welcome. Yeah. But yeah, it's good. That's good stuff. I don't have any, like, it does what you need to do. And I think that's the most important thing. I mean, I guess the one question is, I mean, here's my ultimate question. When you have something like this, does it make more sense to provide an API as opposed to providing a modeling language? Or is the modeling language, like, yeah, at some point you need to say where on the screen to put stuff, but it feels a little bit like you're kind of mixing your peanut butter and your chocolate a little bit here, where you've got like the positions of stuff on the screen, like you're saying where you want the stuff on the screen and how big you want the screen to be and colors and all that stuff, but you've also got a little bit of business logic in here too, like a little bit of API stuff in here, like with the random range and velocity and stuff. You know what I mean? For the ball here. And in my head, so if I were to do something similar, I would probably, like, thinking about Lua, for instance, like I would probably provide like an API that exposes itself to the Lua scripting language, and then in Lua have you be able to have Lua deal with all like the variables and where to put things and where to draw things, because at the end of the day it gives the user more flexibility. You're not pulling your hair out trying to parse different stuff, right? You're kind of letting the Lua engine do its thing, and you're just kind of providing an API that they're calling into, and it gives that, it kind of gives them more flexibility, and it gives you the ability to sort of sandbox them a little bit. That said, it's harder for someone to get into it then, because they won't be able to. It's not as easy to visualize where they're putting stuff on the screen. So it's kind of a toss-up. You know what I mean? You have a hardware-independent description of the game. It should look more like a description and less like a programming language. Yeah. Yeah, I get you. I get what you're going for. You're trying to be hardware independent. It's a hard one. It's a difficult one, because in order to be truly independent like that, you're going to need stuff like what you have here with like velocity and stuff like that. That also makes it a little bit harder even for the person writing the code, or for the person modeling the game too, because if they have any like complex logic, it would be hard to put it in to here. But then, you know, who knows? I mean, it's hard to say, because you would have to provide them with a lot of different API calls for this to not get kind of unwieldy at some point. Presumably, I don't know. It's hard to say. Because you could, you know, there's definitely ways to make it where it doesn't get unwieldy. Yeah. Math for replacement will probably get replaced with more CSS-like syntax, percentages, and alignment stuff. Yeah, you could do that. I mean, if you wanted to do like if you wanted to grab like a CSS parser and just parse CSS, that would at least let people position things a little bit easier. Is this something you intend to have like run in a browser kind of scenario, or is this more like a command line bad app kind of thing? Yeah, ZeroFX, we were talking about XAML earlier, and SVG, as well. Yeah. But there's something to be said for like doing it on your own too, just for the fun of it. You know what I mean? Sometimes reinventing the wheel is good because it shows you how the wheel was built in the first place, and it lets you kind of, you know, have some fun and kind of poke around a little bit. Start with Pong and then break out in Space Invaders. You have a few more games. You have enough functions to describe a bunch of those older 2D single screen games. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's how you got to start out, right? You have actual use cases. They'll share a lot of the same functionality. Yeah, exactly. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, no, that works. Works pretty well. Yeah, no, I that's the only feedback I could give you. I think everything's fine. You understand the trade-offs and you understand the power of it too. So yeah, it looks fine. It looks fine to me. That's cool. Yeah, I mean, you could probably get most of the like probably most of the Atari 2600 stuff doing this. I mean, a lot of it did have scrolling and stuff, but it's I don't think that would be that much of a stretch from what you're trying to do. You know, you're just scrolling a viewing box, a viewing window. More things to think about. Yeah. I mean, it's like I said, if it's something you're doing as a fun little project. Yeah, a lot of the 2600 games were single screen too. Yeah. I mean, if it's something you're doing as a fun little project, have at it. It's good stuff. Don't let me crap all over it. I'm not crapping all over it. I think it's fine. But yeah, it's I just know from my own experience with stuff, it's like you start out trying to make something. When you start out trying to make something simple for people, you end up finding out why things are always so complicated. You know what I mean? It's like sometimes the thing that sounds the most complicated, as far as like people getting into it and being able to train on it, sometimes ends up giving you less gray hair at the end of the day. So, but to each their own. It's good stuff. Good stuff. What do we do here? Oh yeah, so this restart. Okay. Let's get everything started back up here. Hopefully we're now in sync, right? 2252, 23, 27. Yeah, okay. Excuse me. I don't know what is up with me today, but I cannot breathe out of the right side of my nose at all. It is just like there is no air going through that side. and it's really annoying. Ugh. Anthrax. It's not anthrax. It's just it's winter weather is what it is. Not Rona either. There's an idea you had one day and then read a few university papers on VGDL languages. A lot of them were a lot less developed than you already had. Your old custom scripting language. Yeah, no. Like I said, it's great. It's fine. There's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with that. It's like, yeah. I mean, it's anything that brings you joy of programming is a good thing. I feel like that's all I want to spread is the joy of programming. You've heard of the joy of painting. Well, I'm trying to spread the joy of programming, only with a lot less hair. Youngins don't know about that anthrax. Oh. the Bob Ross of Glifish. You're from cutting it. Yeah, I know, right? He'll lose hair faster than I can cut it. Happy little chat reactions. Someday we will have happy little chat reactions. There's a pull request out there. It's coming. Let's swear it. Oh, it's good stuff. That is good stuff, friends. Hi, Psychotic. Welcome. Oh, man. Hardware independent part was interesting because something like Pong on Toy 600 has so much hardware specific code on it. Using the beam on a CRT. Yeah. Well, I mean, Pong in the arcade was just resistors and stuff go. There wasn't even any. I don't think there was any software for the Pong arcade machines. I think it was all hardware. It was all done in resistors and registers and stuff, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah. Yeah, no software for the arcade. Yeah. It wasn't until I think Pong wasn't until like I think Space Invaders had actual software though, right? I don't think Space Invaders was not just hardware, I think. So I think that was probably the first one that actually had software, if I'm not mistaken. Pong in the arcade was just a bunch of 7400 logic series. Yeah, I think it was just a bunch of logic gates. Yeah. Which is mind-boggling when you think about it, but then it is so simple that it's like, oh, okay, yeah, no, I get it. Yeah. They probably wouldn't need that. They wouldn't need that level of complexity. What the hell is this song? Let's get this. Let's get another song here. There we go. I don't know what that was. I have the Surprise Me station on, so we're just getting random stuff now. What am I looking for? I'm looking for code, number 1. And let's get another tab open here. And then I'm looking to run server. Okay. You do electronics too? You'd like to get one of those old boards at some point to fix? I have, Zerofex says an old Pong board. I have a buddy that has a barn full of all old arcades he restores. Yeah. Now I was going to say the same thing. I was like, I've watched, there's a couple channels on YouTube that I've watched that do arcade restorations. That one, like a arcade. Let's think of. This one, I think it's. Maybe it's the John's Arcade Game Reviews and Tech, maybe. Maybe that's the guy I've been watching. I don't remember. Long Island Retro Gaming is also, I think, one. And here's actually a Pong repair. That's fortuitous. Is YouTube listening in on me? Are you listening to me, YouTube? Do you hear me right now? Google, what's wrong with you? Are you giving me results because you've heard what I've been saying? Yeah, as I was saying, I'm not good with hardware, but I would love to like sit down with an old arcade machine and like look up the instructions and stuff and try to figure out how to fix it and how to, or maybe like not repair it, but maybe like get it to work again and like get it into a cabinet and stuff like that. Like I think that would be kind of cool. I've always kind of wanted like an old arcade cabinet or something, but it's always been a matter of like, do I want an emulator cabinet where I can just have all kinds of MAME stuff in it, or do you want like a single cabinet that's got one game? You know what I mean? And then you've got the what that got me on was the FPGA stuff, where you can build. You get like a was it FPGA? Am I using the right acronym? I think I am. Where it's a logic board, and you program the logic board to reprogram itself to look like the actual hardware. Where was because I have something coming in. Never remember the name of this thing. It was SNES FPGA was. Yeah. This here. So I have a Super NT on order, and I have a there's another one too. I think an NES version on order. Yeah. I have these on order. These are emulators, but they are FPGA. So the hardware actually emulates the hardware. So you just write like a thing that causes the hardware to like rewrite its logic circuits, rewrite its ROM to emulate something emulate hardware rather than emulating the callbacks and stuff. Yeah. Field programmable logic, right? Yeah, exactly. And these things like this is like super cool. Like I would love to figure out how to do the FPGA stuff, because that is like you can emulate anything, any hardware pretty much with these guys. And they're doing it for like the SNES, and I think they have a Genesis one here too. They got Pocket Systems. What was the other one? Game Gear. Yeah, so they do have like a Genesis one, Omega, both USA and Japan variants of it, and an EU variant. And then Super NT. They have digital audio stuff, it looks like, too. But yeah, they got like, there's really, really cool stuff. I don't know what Ghostly is. Oh, it's a Super NT. Okay. Oh, it's okay. It's a clear case, I guess. All right, that's fine. But yeah, the FPGA stuff is really, really cool. And they've got like all kinds of FPGA. So 8 array. Like you have to, like, what do? You have like from what I understand, and I don't understand that much, but you have a modeling program and you model all the logic circuits and stuff that would have comprised like the SNES or you know, an arcade machine or whatever. And then once you've modeled that, you write that out to the programmable gate array, and it will reprogram its gates to match what you've put in there. And then you can just you're basically running the hardware that was there, and then all you need is the ROM to put on it, and then you've got the hardware. So Verilog or VHDL. Yeah. Oh, so you have a MAME, ZeroFX. Waste of space because they're collecting dust. Yeah. Or you're saying get a MAME because you love your single arcade machine, but it's a waste of space. Yeah, I can see that. That was always my thing. Was like, should I just get like if I did that, would I just get a MAME emulator and just have like an X-Arcade stick or something? I think X-Arcade is still a thing, right? Yeah, arcade joysticks. You have like an X-Arcade, and then oh, they have arcade parts now and machines. Machine cabinets. Oh, they got little coffee table thing ones too. Yeah. $2,000. That's not even with shipping. That's probably $2,700, $2,800 just with shipping. Software emulation is good these days. So yeah, I have the MAME emulator on this machine, I think, or maybe it's on my other computer. But yeah, I've played some stuff in it. It's good. I mean, it works. Yeah, software stuff works too. But sometimes it's nice to have like a little hardware thing like this too. Have the tactile feel of it. Yeah. Dozens of MAME builders now. One close enough to me to pick up. Yeah. Arcade Classic. Arcades. Went through the whole process of setting up a Hyperspin and Rock Launcher with all the systems in media at one point. Oh, there you go. So what's yeah, I don't know what Hyperspin. Oh, is this is this the thing? Oh, this is an emulator front end. I was gonna say. It says emulator movies and stuff. Right. Now see, Playknight here. Playknight understands emulators too, but I haven't done much with it. Like it'll collect it'll launch the emulators, but I don't think it like has a front end for them. Where's my yeah, like you can say launch an emulated game. So it'll scan for emulators and stuff for the game, but it won't but then I'll just launch the emulator for it. Hyperspin, and then what's the other one? Rock Launcher. Is that another emulator front end? Well, that's definitely not. Well, okay, RetroArch I've heard of. Emulation Station I think I've heard of too. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, because that was on the because both of those were for the Pi, which I have a Pi sitting on my desk here that I have only put Linux on. I wasn't sure if I was gonna turn it into an emulator, a Pi like a retro Pi or RetroArch, or if I was just gonna leave it as a little Linux machine. Yeah. Rocket Launcher lets you choose which emulators you want to use to launch whatever. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah. One you know of in PA and a couple in Jersey. Laka these days, it's simpler and more convenient. Little mini PC. USB controls. Laka is, oh, that's a little mini PC. Okay. Oh, yeah, okay. Where's game console? Oh, it's a Linux distro. The Linux distro for the Pi. Ah, gotcha. Okay. That might be interesting. I might throw this on my Pi just to see what it's like. I'm not using it for anything else. It's just kind of sitting here collecting dust right now. I got a Pi because I was like, everybody's got a Pi, and I just felt like a nerd that was out, left out to dry. I felt like I needed to turn in my nerd card because I didn't have a Pi. So now I have one, and I don't know what to do with it. It's like, okay, cool. I put Linux on it. I can SSH into it. I can run commands, but now what? It comes with a bunch of auto hotkey scripts to make them run nicer and configure it. Oh, that's good. Yeah, I have auto hotkeys somewhere on one of these computers. I had it on because I needed it for some games that wouldn't go full screen when I was trying to record stuff. Yeah. I mean, I've been happy with Playknight as well. And Playknight launches some of my emulator stuff. I just don't have it. I think the only thing I had on here was I was doing whatchamacallit, Dragon Warrior. Yeah. If I hit play here, does that just... Okay. I don't even know what emulator it launched. It automatically put me in a full screen now. Oh, it launched Messen. Okay. Oh, and this is the clean copy. And then what I was doing was I was running Dragon Warrior randomizer stuff. I wonder if the randomizer shows up here as the second one. Out of curiosity. No, it's only seeing the clean copies. Interesting. Yeah, I was doing randomized Dragon Warrior runs where they make the game crazy difficult. I was trying that out, doing some dabbling in some speed runs here and there. Weren't very speedy, but they were runs anyway. So cool. Yeah, X Arcade. Do they have what do they have as far as arcade parts go? 1 and 2 player start buttons, micro switches, monitor bezel. X Arcade upgrade kit. Okay. Coin door. All right. The Metal Slug anthology for PlayStation 2 for some reason. One of these things does not belong. One of these things is not like the others. The file name, no intro ROM set. Oh, the intro, no, I think, no, the emulator, the randomizer, puts like the code, the randomized seed on the front page of before you press start. That's how I knew it was the regular ROM and not the randomized one. Trackball assembly. Indestructible. Their arcade machines are indestructible. Oh, for $2,000, they ought to be indestructible. Oh no! You didn't get Will Wheaton to do stuff, did you? That looks. Is this Will Wheaton? All right, we gotta find out. Oh, it is. Will Wheaton reviews arcade, X Arcade Tank Stick. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy, they've jumped the shark. No intro is the name of a ROM set. There's a bunch of different sets. Oh, yeah, I don't know. I don't know which one did I have on there? Yeah, just tell me revision A, USA. I don't think it actually says. Anywhere USA revision A. Let me see what it says here. Do I have a state loaded or saved? No. Huh. I don't have my I do have my controller in, but it's the wrong controller. I bought a USB NES controller and a USB SNES controller because I got tired of trying to remap the buttons to an Xbox controller where everything's in the wrong spot. Listen, all I know is I press a button and the game starts. There are days where I'm like, look, I just press buttons around here. I just write stuff and stuff happens. There have been days like that. Let's go 89. So you they test here. And then over here, let's sign in as this. And then let's try our code this time. If it works. Yay! That was you earlier today, prepping to migrate a company's AD to a new server. Yeah. Yeah, it was... Oof. Oof. That was kind of... In some ways, that was me just watching the life drain from the eyes of the Verizon tech while I was sitting there trying to fight with tech support over chat because they didn't provision stuff properly for my internet. Like, this is one of those things where it's just like you watch someone else going through it and you're like, I've been there. Just looked at Tailwind CSS. It does not look bad. In fact, it looks much easier CSS. Well, yeah, Tailwind's not bad. It's kind of that it triggers the old man yelling at a cloud in me. In some ways. Right? Because here's the thing. We went from put all of your CSS in a CSS file and reuse it to just have Bootstrap do it for you because it has all the idiosyncrasies of all the different browsers done, and all you have to do is put a few classes in your HTML tags and you're done. Back to, no, don't put all your CSS in a different file. Just tag spam the hell out of your attributes, your class attribute. You know, put 92 tags, 92 classes on each of your HTML tags. You know, it's like nobody can seem to agree on what side of the fence that should be. We should be on there. If I love the real-time style update. Yeah, it's got nice features. It has nice features. I mean, it's not a bad idea. It's just there was I think there was a Stack Overflow thing that I ran across at one point where someone was arguing this very same thing, where it's like somebody had about 25 classes on a div tag, 25 Tailwind classes on a div tag, and they're like, yeah, I run this program that organizes them by alphabetically or something like that. And there were a lot of people in there like, oh yeah, that's such a cool program. And then there were other people in there like, why in God's name would you put so many classes on that one div? Why not just write the damn CSS yourself at that point? So it's like one of those things. I feel like Tailwind is like, it's polarizing between the youngins who see something that works well and looks good, and us old fogies who are like, get off my lawn. You know? Remember the days when you had to help friends and family with their computers all the time, call up tech support for something, and basically walk the level 1 tech through the script? The end of the script, you hand me off to the other guys I really need to talk to. Yeah, I did that once. I had with Verizon, actually. I had back when you could actually get a human being on the phone. Nowadays I just do their support chat online because it's the quickest way to get a human being, even if you're not hearing them physically. Because all you got to do is like tell the chat bot to go F itself, and suddenly it'll give you a human, which is great. Like it just cuts you right into line. um, but yeah, it's I did that once where I had like I was having some kind of internet issue. I had just gotten a new router, and I'm like, this is definitely on your side. Like I was talking to the Verizon person, I'm like, this is definitely on your problem on your side because I just got a brand new router, and I'm guessing you haven't provisioned it in your system that the new MAC address for this thing, right? And they were going through the whole script. They're like, oh, just you gotta check the the lights on the router, and is this doing that, and is that doing that? And I'm like, listen, I do this for a living. Just could you talk to somebody who and ask them if I've been provisioned in the system or something. And they're like, okay. And they went away, and they came back 5 minutes. They came back maybe 10 minutes later, and suddenly my internet was working. And they're like, yeah, I talked to another tech, and they fixed it all up. It's like thanks. I just needed to get this done. Like smashing 0 repeatedly on the phone menu. Yeah, that doesn't work anymore, I don't think. I think they got wise to that when people would just yell operator, or they would just hit 0. Like a lot of the systems just don't respond to it anymore. I think they've removed that shortcut. Yeah. It's funny because it got to a point where I remember a website published a whole list of like major companies' phone systems and what numbers you had to push to get to a human being the fastest. And I think right after that is when suddenly all those systems made it much harder for you to get to a human being. Hitting 0 more times than that will just reset your connection with the company. Yeah, it'll put you in a loop. It puts you in like an infinite loop now. Alright, so we'll do a test there. And then if I come over here and I say, show me the money, maybe. Yes, that's broken still, but only saying Memtest 89. Wonder why that is, because it should see both of these connected. And they've said something in chat. My logic is bad. Or one time you couldn't connect to IRC because of a DNS problem, and the level 1 tech asked me to clear your browser cache. Like, sorry, but I'm not in a browser right now. I'll clear the cache anyway for you, but I'm pretty sure it's not going to work. The days before public DNS, yeah. Yeah, I've been using Google's DNS. 8.8.8.8 and 8.8.4.4 or whatever. Yeah. It just like works so much better. And I mean, yeah, it's not as private because it's Google, but at this point Google knows so much that I'm surprised it's not asking me, it's not trying to sell me colored underwear, the same color underwear I'm wearing or whatever at this point. Oh, there you go, ZeroFX. Gotta get that IPv6 going. I am so screwed if IPv6 becomes like if IPv4 goes away entirely and it's all IPv6, I am so screwed because I don't remember all the internal addresses. Like for IPv4, I know all the internal addresses. I know 127.0.0.1 is the local loopback. I know 192.168 is a internal class B. So there's no external addresses that have that. I know 172 was it what? Wait, 192.168 and then 172.14. No, 172 is the whole 172 thing is class A. I think is internal, and then you got the 10.0 class A. That's all internal. Yeah, I know. Yeah, ::1 is the local loopback. I know that much, but the rest of them I can't remember. Oh, it's Cloudflare's public DNS. Oh, okay. You're not memorizing IPv6. I hear you. It's like, Jesus. Most companies just disable them anyways, as we do. Yeah. Yeah, 127.0.0.1. That's IPv4. Yeah. And 172 dot. What is it? Is 172? Is it class A internal address? 172.16 to 172.31. And it's 192.168 class C 0 to 0 to 255, and then class A is 10.0 to 10.255, 255. Yep, there you go. There we go. Hey, IBM's website was useful for a change. There it is. Yay, Watson. Yeah, we gotta start paying homage to Watson and everything, because AI is taking our gerbs, taking all our gerbs, or so I've been told. What did I do wrong here? List recent chatters. The chat message is visible. Chat message is made in this channel. It's inserted within the last 2 hours. Order by insert ad. Okay, so it's only giving me the last one because I ordered by that. But I should be getting... Look. I probably am getting all of them, so then what is... Let's list recent chatters, and then where was the... List recent chatters present in channel. It gives me suggestions here. And based on that, I'm listing the presences in... I'm listing people who have connected to chat. And if any of those people who have connected to chat are part of the suggestions, then I'm bringing them back. And this is doing a reduce, so it should be using the accumulator here to that, right? So let me see. IO inspect. Suggestions. That, and then we'll say IO spec. And then return people. And then we'll go over here. Viewer list, okay, and then all the way down to the bottom. Where are we at here? There's the error. Where's my... Oh, did I not save? No, I saved. Maybe it needs a reboot here, or refresh, I mean. Viewer list. There we go. Usernames, Mentis 89, people, Mentis 89. Suggestions 4 and 32. And 32 for the user IDs. So I'm saying where the data user ID equals the item. If any of the suggestions match the item, then bring back that username. And then go through all the presences. So for all the presences, somehow I screwed this up. Let's say, let the robots and AI take those jobs, probably jobs that humans wouldn't be doing, or don't want to do anyways. Yeah, the way I look at it is, somebody's got to, like, the AI is not, people have the wrong impression of what AI is. They think AI is just it's a bad nomenclature that we're using on things that don't even approach AI, really. They're machine learning, but even learning is kind of a stretch of the English language, I guess. Because there's no... AI implies that there's some kind of premeditation or something, or that there's some kind of thought process happening. And though machine learning is modeled after neurons, they're not actual neurons. They're just mathematical equations running. You know what I mean? And it's taking the natural language that you type in as the user, and it's going through its vast database of stuff, and based on its training, trying to make you, the user, happy. Right? So, in reality, that means there's people still in the driver's seat. So while it may in the short term take away some jobs, in reality you still need people to tell the AI what to do, to put in the queries that will get the maximum benefit out of that system. Right? So it's like I said earlier in the stream, like, never stop learning. As long as you never stop learning and you keep an open mind, you're always going to have a job. It's you just have to know that you just have to be able to pivot when the world changes under your feet. You know what I mean? Yeah, math has a lot to do with partitions or something. I think it's nowhere near learning. All AI does is take a true false what if stance on decisions. So I did a little bit of AI stuff in college, and I can tell you that I know a mere fraction of it. It was mostly over my head, but what I did was I looked at like genetic algorithms, which was a way of writing code such that as you train the code, you kind of follow nature, where you have a whole bunch of, it's like survival of the fittest. You have a bunch of runs of your code that all have mutations in them, variables that are different, different combinations of variables, and they all run and they compete with one another. And then you take a subset of that won, and then you kill off the ones that lost. You pair all the ones up that won, and you have them generate children that are half of one and half of the other, but also have their own mutations in there. And then that's how you go from one generation to the next generation. And eventually, when you get hundreds of thousands of generations of that down the line, you've got something that can do a mean game of chess, right? Because it's the one that had the most wins along the way. Yeah, turn your program into a gnome and have them mate. Yeah, exactly. Into a genome. Yep. Exactly. So that's what I looked at, was a little bit of genetic algorithms. Those still are beyond my comprehension, because trying to figure out how to write the code in such a way that it works that way, where you're approaching a problem from multiple angles, that was always my struggle. Like, I could never quite figure out how they partition the code up like that. My professor briefly delved into neural nets, which is what I think a lot of the machine learning stuff is based on. And that was a whole other class of math that like I was never very good at math to begin with, but that is some discrete math that would make your eyes bleed. You know what I mean? Like, that's some P equals NP stuff that like I could never even fathom. Like, it just, there's over my head, and then there's just like not even in the same atmosphere. You know what I mean? And that was basically that for me. Tons of connections and hidden layers, yeah. But they, like, the neural networks, that like the code talks to one another, sort of, and they all have their own job to do, and then there's growth that happens where there's like another generation of them that sort of grow off of that, and I've never quite been able to figure out how that works. Yeah, with weight, that's all weighted stuff. I guess like each generation has different weights to different neurons, and that's how they find the right combination of weights to each of the neurons that fire off. That's how it becomes a thing. Yeah. Yeah, I like, the terminology is familiar, but the actual implementation is well beyond anything that I could ever figure out. The current AIs people know is feeding it data based off a predetermined script designed by the programmer, thus negating the term AI. Yeah, I mean, exactly. Yeah, back propagation training and all that. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. It's not. That's why AI is such a misnomer, because it's not. I mean, it's artificial, but that's about it. You know what I mean? It's not. It's basically. It's basically a D&D game where there's no. The story is determined. Every bit of the story is determined by a dice roll, right? Like every word in the story is a dice roll based upon other D&D games that have been played in the past. You know what I mean? It's like, it's not really intelligence. It's just, it's I don't even know what adjective I could use for it. It's I don't, I'm at a loss for what word would describe it, because it's not intelligence. Because intelligence would be in my mind. Intelligence is self-awareness, right? So like, you are self-aware of your existence in the universe and what you are doing and why you are doing it. You can examine your own actions and your own decisions and come to an understanding as to why you're deciding to do things the way you're doing them. That kind of thing. Right? Whereas, and until a machine can get to that level where it truly understands why it's doing things, it's not really intelligence. It's just yeah, automation would be a word for it. It's just results. It's just a weighted result, I guess, is the best way to put it. You know? It's automated software can say, yeah. Really clever math. Yeah, basically. I mean, that's basically what it is right now. It's just clever math. It's like the pseudo-random number generator, right? We call it pseudo-random because it's not truly random. You know, it's not, you know, the natural world has noise, and that's what makes things random. And we can only emulate that noise to a certain extent. So we call it pseudo-random, you know. And that, it's the same thing with that. Like, it's just if you were to give that AI the same set of inputs, the same training and the same set of inputs, it's likely that you would get a similar outcome, right? Whereas you give two people with similar training a similar task, and you'll probably get vastly different outputs. You know, so it's that kind of thing, and that's why I say it's like the idea that it's going to put everybody out of a job is just bupkis, because there's always going to be a need for human ingenuity. There's always going to be a need for a human to either run the AI or for a human to just be a human and create something from scratch. Because an AI is not the current crop of AI cannot create something from scratch. You can't just like point it at an empty database and say, make something. You know what I mean? It's got to have some kind of training. Yeah. Perfect example of AI isn't AI is the sweater that was designed, tested, and proven to beat out the smartest AI tracking system. Yeah. Well, I mean, the other example is a lot of people were trying to get, when ChatGPT first hit the public, there were a set of rules put in place where it couldn't go out and scan the internet and all that stuff. And within the first week, people were saying, "Oh, look, I convinced it to go out and search the internet for this and that and the other thing." It's like, no, you got played. The AI pretended to go out to the internet and do that search for you based on the data it already had. Because at the end of the day, the AI has been trained to make you happy, you, the user, happy. So if you tell it to go, bounce on its head and balance 2 books, on its feet and howl at the moon, it'll do that because it wants you, the user, to be happy with its results, right? That's like, it's not actually doing it. It's just trying to make you happy, right? So that's why it's like it's one of those things where the Turing test just isn't sufficient anymore, right? It works within the bounds of its determined program. Yes, exactly. Like, I feel like the Turing test is not sufficient anymore because the Turing test is, say, can a machine make you believe it's human? The answer is, well, yes, but it's not human. Like, the Turing test does not determine that this AI is now an AI. It just determines that you as a human are squishy and prone to error. You know what I mean? That's all that proved anymore. We need another test that says, like, this thing has transcended its programming into becoming something resembling life. That kind of thing. Saw a video where a guy asked ChatGPT to write a scientific paper about something that wasn't real and just bluffed its way through it. Yeah, exactly. Which is hilarious because you can get it to, like, generate some pretty compelling stuff, but you gotta know that it's not. You gotta know that it's not real stuff. Like, I think, for instance, Stack Overflow is banning any ChatGPT generated code on the site because, yeah, sure, it'll write you some code that you told it to write, but that code is probably not probably has some kind of bugs in it or has some kind of security errors or maybe just doesn't even work in general, right? But it looks good. It looks real good. And you're probably going to, copy and paste it into your code base and then find out later on that it was really bad. You know what I mean? Like, it's bad enough that I still have to, like, we had, years ago I worked for an e-commerce company and we had some offshore development teams that would work on the pieces of the code, and I'd have to look at their work and make sure everything was good. And I swear, I would lose hair every time I'd have to communicate with them because I'm like, guys, SQL injection have been around forever. Protections against SQL injection attacks have been around for almost as long. Please, for the love of God, stop appending database queries together and use the proper tools for the proper job so we're not exposed to SQL injection attacks. I'm like, something as simple as that. you know? And it's just, and, you know, ChatGPT doesn't know that stuff, right? So it's probably going to inject, it's probably going to do all those same errors that we've been trying to drum out of people's heads for decades. It's probably still susceptible to all that stuff, you know? Because at the end of the day, it only cares that you are happy with what it generated, not whether it actually works. It's not taking pride in its work. It's taking pride in knowing that you are happy with what it did. Right? Has anyone asked it for its own code? I don't know. That'd be interesting. Be interesting to see if it could give you its own code. I'm pretty sure it's open source, isn't it? I mean, I know the data set that it used is open source. I don't know if the code itself is open source for the ChatGPT or not. I don't know. I don't even know if I'd be able to like even read it. Well, there's an open source alternative to ChatGPT. Yeah, it's open access. It's not open source. Yeah. You can write stuff against it, but you can't see the code. What's the open source alternative to ChatGPT? RLHF. Statistical tool to predict words. Okay. Bloom. I think Bloom is one of them. This is an open source model. Bloom is an open source model. But I don't see Stable Diffusion, Paper AI. No idea. I don't know if there's like an open source actual implementation. I know there's open source models. Bloom is probably the closest open source model to what ChatGPT uses, but that's just the data set that it was trained on, the model data set that it was trained on, not the actual code that implements it. You need 100 PS4s in a cold storage room. Now you need 100 PS3s in a cold storage room. Right? Because PS3 had the cell processor, right? It was PS3, yeah. PS3 had the cell processors. Because they had that. Somebody did a PS3 redundant array, I think. Or a PlayStation 3. Wasn't there? There was a PlayStation 3 supercomputer cluster. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, U.S. Air Force connects 1,760 PlayStation 3s to build a supercomputer. There you go. 1,760. 33rd largest supercomputer in the world. The Air Force Research Laboratory's newest system. When was this? 2010. 500 trillion floating point operations per second. Jeez Louise. That's pretty funny. AI is really doing some cool stuff in the last decade, like voice recognition, and yeah, voice recognition's coming along. It's still a bit mixed. Like I don't have the captions turned on for the stream, but I have them turned on in OBS, and I'm watching it go by on the screen, and it's okay. It's the reason I turned it off of the stream is because sometimes with my accent, it will look like I said something really, really bad when I actually didn't. And I didn't feel like going through and like censoring some of the words. So it's that's the only reason I don't have it on right now. So it's getting there. I think it's just to be fair to the voice recognition stuff, I do have a mush mouth, so it is hard to sometimes understand. It's hard for me to understand myself sometimes. So I can imagine it's hard for an AI, well, a machine learning tool to learn it too. But back in the days of Dragon Dictate, you had to spend hours training it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they've come leaps and bounds now. Like the one thing I think is really super cool is Google Translate. Like they're trying to make like the universal translator from Star Trek work, where you can like have your translate out, have someone else speaking in a different language, and have it translate in real time to your language. Like, whew, that's spectacular. If they can ever get that thing to work, that would be huge, absolutely huge. But I think it's still flaky, and language translation's always been a bit flaky because, see, that's the thing that I think the AI stuff that we're seeing is kind of missing right now. Like they're doing all this AI research and they're just having it have like natural, like having interactions with people and stuff. And I think the thing that they're really missing is a lot of that machine learning could go into translating from one language to another. Because right now, your automatic translations can be pretty rough, where it's like you try to translate from like English to French or something like that, and you end up, before you actually write something in French, you'll translate it back to English to make sure it translated the words correctly across, and a lot of times it didn't, and so you really need like someone who's familiar with the culture and everything to do that for you. Whereas if you could get an AI or a machine learning tool to like really pour over that stuff and really pour over pop culture of the different cultures, and then be able to translate from one language to another, like I think that would be huge, just being able to do that. Still super useful even now. Yeah, it is. I mean, it's that's the thing that gets me. It feels like that's kind of an afterthought, right? Because we're making all these leaps and bounds with voice recognition, and we're making all these leaps and bounds with the chat GPTs of the world. But Google Translate still feels like it's a relic of the early 2000s, right? Where it's just like barely works. It gets the point across, but doesn't necessarily use the right words to get it across, when you use it to translate a website or something. Yeah. Why is this only bringing back one? So it's bringing back 2 suggestions, but only one thing. Need a user ID. So what are the... Let me list the presences out. Maybe it's not... That'd be weird. Let's see what this is. Viewer list, and then user ID 1, user ID 32, user ID 4. Just 4 and 32. Only bringing back 1. Oh, 4 is memtest 89. 32 is mem GCT. Why didn't it bring back 32? That's interesting. I have done something wrong here. All this stuff is exponential, like with the Human Genome Project. They said they'd be done in 5 years. After the first year, they were only 1% done, and everyone was calling it a failure. It was like Moore's Law. They were able to leverage information technology and double each year and basically finish right on schedule. Yeah, it is true. It is true. We haven't fully seen the knockoff effect yet. I think, if anything else, the success of ChatGPT has lit a fire under Google and Meta. And probably even Microsoft, even though they haven't been very active in the space, to really start digging in and getting these models up to speed and get some progress moving forward there, and get some actual applications of it that aren't just toys, right? Like ChatGPT is a great toy, but you want something that has an actual purpose, like a business purpose that would then finally convince everybody that, like, this is the way to go, you know? Oh. Wait. Is it because of that? I'm doing any? Shouldn't be, because we should be going over all the data, right? User ID equals item. Someone used all the goddamn milk and didn't bother letting me know. Now how am I supposed to eat my Honey Nut Cheerios now? Suppose you could just pour some Jack Daniels in it. I'm already 3 glasses deep tonight. Well, I would say don't make the mistake I did when I ran out of milk the one time and pour water in it. I thought, hey, I'll just put some regular cold water in this and that'll be fine. And no, it was not fine. It was not fine at all. It was not. It was not. It was not a good day. But the worst is like for me was shredded wheat. Like shredded wheat is great if it's in a liquid. If you if it's in milk or something like that, but if you try to eat a bowl of shredded wheat dry, it's the worst. Orange juice is also a bad idea for cereal. Yeah, probably. Yeah. Now I wonder if a fruit juice would be fine. I've never actually tried it. I haven't usually had fruit juice around, or even like a Gatorade, or even like a Red Bull. I wonder, is that, I mean, if you mixed Red Bull and cereal, are you basically sending yourself into complete overdrive at that point? Like, are you just asking for a heart attack at that point? I'm not quite sure. I mean, I guess the cereal isn't that bad. But if it's heart healthy, and then you're putting something that's not heart healthy in there, are you creating a bomb? Can of cream. Yeah, there you go. How about something like Lucky Charms? Even with no milk, they're still pretty decent. Yeah, there's some things you can do. Like I can eat like Cheerios dry. Not enjoyable, but I could do it, you know. But there's other things like shredded wheat I couldn't do. It was just because it just tastes like it tastes like the box at that point, you know. Not a fan of Lucky Charms. The marshmallow cereals changed their recipes at some point. None of them taste good to you anymore. Interesting. I haven't had like anything with marshmallow cereals for a while. They're probably trying to remove the sugar from it or something. Maybe they switched their sweetener or something. Like aspartame or something like that. Try to get, you know, for the health conscious. They put some. That's always funny to me. Like, it's health conscious if we put something in there that your body can't process. Like, I don't know if that works that way. Used to be an avid Count Chocula fan. Ooh, yeah, that was a little too much chocolate for me. I mean, Count Chocula is good when it's good at nighttime. You know, because if you do it like 2 hours before you go to bed, because right when you're ready to go to bed, you're off your sugar high. You're crashing from the sugar high. But in the morning, it was just too much chocolate. I felt like I can't have that much chocolate in the morning. Just for some reason, it doesn't taste right to me. Like, tastes differently in the morning versus the afternoon. And maybe that's just a weird way my brain works. Aspartame leaves such a nasty aftertaste in your mouth. I can't say. Yeah, I hear you on that one. It's one of those. I feel the same way about it. It's like it's just horrible. Ugh. Fake sugar crap is nasty. Yeah, most definitely. What the hell are we listening? Auld Lang Syne. Where is this coming from? You got bagpipes of Auld Lang Syne there. I mean, I do have random on, so. Himalayan Beach Ensemble. I didn't know the Himalayas had a beach. Isn't that the opposite of a mountain? Beach. Am I being too literal? Yeah, somewhere here I have messed up. The reduce looks function for each element in the enumerable with the accumulator. Function is invoked with the next element and the accumulator. The result returned by the function is used for the next iteration. The enumerable is done, the last accumulator is returned. Well, maybe that's what I'm doing wrong here. Maybe it's supposed to be... item... No, that's weird. Pepsi, new sodas like Pepsi Zero, aspartame aren't as bad. Yeah, you know, I don't think I've tried Pepsi Zero, but Coke Zero to me is not as bad as like Diet Coke. Diet Coke leaves a lot of a bad aftertaste for me, but Coke Zero doesn't seem to do the same thing. At least not as bad. I haven't tried Pepsi Zero though. I'll probably try that to see what it's like. You only use soda as a mixer these days. Use real sugar ones. Yeah. Yeah, I've tried to like reduce my soda intake to varying degrees, but I always end up coming back to it. Remember drinking a regular Pepsi and feeling like you're going to have a heart attack? I had that experience in Starbucks. Like I don't usually go to Starbucks or anything. Like I just take black coffee, right? Like this coffee I had earlier is just there's nothing in it. It was just black coffee, right? So going to like Starbucks and stuff seems like a waste of time because they don't know what black coffee is, right? But I did go the one time and I looked on their board and there was like something that looked halfway like black coffee without too much in it. And it was like a double Rapalicious Expialidocious thing. I don't know. I got that. And I sat down at the table and I was drinking it, and within like the first couple sips of it, I could feel my heart just going boom, 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 just like going crazy. I'm like, what is happening? What is going on here? That was like my first Starbucks I've had in probably 15 years or whatever. And I'm like, what is happening? How do people drink this every day when their heart just goes crazy like this? Like I'm just sitting here stationary and my heart's going like 200 beats a minute. Like, what is happening? I'm like, geez Louise, how do people not just drop dead after they take a few drinks of this thing? A few sips of this coffee. Holy crap. Your heart's way of telling you it likes it? I don't know, man. I don't know. I would be. I think that was my heart's way of telling me you need to stop now. Yeah. Yeah, I there are people who get like triple shots, double shots. Espresso, oof. I don't know how people do it. I really don't. I don't know how people survive. Like I get that the human body is an awesome, feat of nature where it can adapt to almost anything. But geez Louise. that is some adaptation right there. Holy hell. What the frig? Alright, this is a little bit better. Yeah, but the accumulator just takes this stuff. Why would that not take any more? That's weird. I don't know how my wife's still alive. She pounds back 2 Red Bulls and 3 Monsters a day on top of a few Pepsis. Oof. Constantly yelling at her to drink water. Yeah, So, right before I burned out, when I was on that path of just burnout, I was drinking 4 cups of coffee and like 7 or 8 cans of soda a day. Plus I had that was back when ThinkGeek was still a thing, and you could buy like caffeinated mints and all that stuff, and the caffeinated water and all that stuff. And I had that too. Just trying to get all kinds of caffeine, and it was not good. It was not good. It wrecked me. I think I liken that to. I think that's what caused me to have my gout problem. I'm not sure if that's exactly how that works, but I did not have a problem with gout before then. And I think after I went through all that stuff, I think that was when I realized like I was getting too much uric acid in my bloodstream, and I don't know if it, there's certain things that generate it, like legumes and stuff like that, but I don't know if caffeine, or probably caffeine doesn't have any effect on it, but I don't know if any of the other stuff in the stuff I was drinking had an effect on it, like the sugar or whatever. But it certainly didn't help matters. And after I burned out, I kind of did away with a lot of that stuff, and I went to. It was interesting because I went for a couple months. I went to no caffeine, so I went decaf coffee for like 3 months, and then I had like 1 cup of caffeinated coffee, and I could feel like I could feel my heart wasn't beating heavy, but I could feel like the effect of the caffeine more than I ever had. So it does, it's one thing if you enjoy the taste of that stuff, but it's another thing if you're doing it just for the energy, then you're better off like washing a lot of that stuff out of your system for a couple months by staying away from it, and then just come back to it and just do like a little bit, and then that'll probably have just as much of an effect on you as pounding them. You know? Coffee's good for you, though. You can't count that. Yeah. It's got some good stuff. It's got some bad stuff. It's got what do they call it? It's not free radicals. It's something that reduces free radicals in your bloodstream. It's got that. I can't think of the name of it now. But it's it also has caffeine and stuff in it, which caffeine is not necessarily good for you. Even decaf has a little bit of caffeine in it. Antioxidants, yes, thank you. That's the word. Drink 2 liters of Pepsi a day. Ooh, yeah. Well, I'll tell you what. When I stopped drinking 7 cans of soda a day, which I know this is saying a lot, I dropped 20 pounds just right away. Just from I cut soda out entirely, and I dropped 20 pounds just from that. But I was abusing soda like there was no tomorrow. So that's not saying much. But yeah. Drink 1 sugar-free Monster a day. Yeah, I never got the taste of the Monsters and Energy and all that stuff. I know my nephew likes to drink like the Propel, and the Gatorades and the vitamin waters and all that stuff. I used to drink vitamin water a little bit, but it's like, unless you're working out every day, it feels like it's not. I don't think it's really doing you any good. Whereas water, just straight water, is fine. You know what I mean? Although I have been trying different kinds of seltzer, sparkling water, which I guess seltzer and sparkling water is probably the same thing at the end of the day. And sparkling water is not really good for you either, but it's something a little bit different. And I kind of like try to take it easy on that. Sparkling water is fine. Yeah, it's. I've tried a couple different. I've kind of tried a couple different brands, and I found one that I can more or less stomach. It's drink sparkling water in place of regular water. Well, yeah, I don't do it in place of regular water. I just do it because sometimes regular water just gets tiresome. Like I want some kind of flavor, and I don't feel like having lemon juice all the time. You know what I mean? Continuous carbonation is horrendous for your body. Oh, maybe, I don't know. I try to take it easy on that. I know it's still not healthy for you. But I thought mostly it was just your body mostly treats it as water. But there are some additives in there that are not great. Like artificial flavoring and stuff. That they don't ever have to list. Yeah, that's true. There is stuff in there they don't have to list. Yeah. I mean, I just found out the freaking the orange juice that I've been drinking occasionally, Simply Orange, has like what was it? It wasn't lead. It was some particulates in it that I can't think of the name of now. What was it? They just said it was like Simply Orange. What it says on here? Yeah, its product is contaminated with PFAS levels hundreds of times above federal advisory limits for drinking water. That's it. They have a class action lawsuit going on. Polyfluoroalkyl substances are synthetic organofluorine chemical compounds that have multiple fluorine atoms attached to an alkyl chain or alkyl chain. So it's fluorine with a bioaccumulative fluorosurfactant. Oh. So it's fluorocarbon chains. They can reduce the surface tension of water below what is attainable by using hydrocarbon surfactants. They're lipophobic as well as hydrophobic, allowing them to repel both oil and water. They're electronegative as well. So what do they do to the body? Thyroid disease, cholesterol, liver damage, kidney cancer, ulcerative colitis, okay, testicular cancer. So they're basically carcinogen. What it looks like. So yeah, that's fun. Drink healthy. Drink healthy, friends. Yeah, 100,000 times the limit. Yep. Everyone drinking that was lining their innards to deflect water from being saturated into the body. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, basically, you're starving your body of the water that it needs, which is awesome. Given that I've had that in the past. So that's great. We'll start talking about chemicals because technically everything is a chemical. Oh yeah. I mean, everything has some sort of chemical formula. Sodium and chlorine. Sodium is highly reactive, dangerous metal, and chlorine is deadly gas. You add them together and you get salts, and the body needs to live. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And if you take sodium and you expose it to water, it explodes. But if you take sodium, you combine it with chlorine and put it in water, it's inert. So yeah. Well, I guess inert's the wrong word. It's not explosive. Let's put it that way. It may have adverse effects. Yeah. I have a suggestions were Or that. Oh, wait. So... No, that's right. So... Problem is that it's only returning 1 when it should be returning 2. And my guess is it's got to do with the stuff not accumulating properly. Looks function for each element and enumerable with the accumulator. The value of the accumulator is accumulated. Function is invoked for each element and enumerable with the accumulator. The result returned by the function is used as the accumulator for the next iteration. Function returns the last accumulator. I think I know what's happening. I think I gotta do... this maybe? Yeah, it doesn't like that. Like that. I wonder if that... I guess we'll find out. Let's just see if that works or not. Used to mess with people by asking them if they would drink a solution of sodium hydroxide and hydrochloric acid. Yeah, there you go. Okay, ZeroFX. Thanks for hanging out. And you have a good night as well. List. Oh. Yeah, salt water, yep. Oh. Oh. Oh boy. Okay. Yeah, I've clearly done wrong stuff here. I wonder if I do this. I wonder what happens. Does bad stuff happen if I do that? I am very curious. Yeah, access get. New function clause matching. Access get. What happened here? Oh, okay. That actually... Well, it didn't hurt, but it didn't help either. People usernames. Okay, but I see what's happening. Active off. I see what's happening, but it's I definitely have to figure something out here. I'm not adding this into the accumulator, which is what's I think the problem. It's only getting like the last one. So I guess I could find out for sure by doing IO inspect item. That. And then let's see. Zero. That's weird. User ID. Item. Why is that wrong? Several item does not exist. Oh. Yeah, because it's inside this thing. Wait a minute.
I just caught a play. I just caught a play. Getting money, no delay. Making moves on the low, that's what I'm about. You can tell that how I saw some from the south.
Any.
I just caught a play. I just caught a play. Getting money,
Yeah, okay.
no delay. Making moves on the low, that's what I'm about. You can tell by how I saw some from the south. Pull up on you in the two-tone, in the two-dose. Always rolling with a dog with me, that my Cujo. Rolling with the jug money, hit the spin move. Ice dripping on the floor, yeah, that's a swim move. Okay, I just
That's gonna work that way, but these need to be on a separate line. Yeah, let's see what that does. Okay. Here again. Got that. Item 432. Item 4. Huh. This says item 4, item 32, item 4 again. Is it not increasing the thing on the suggestion? Or on the data, I mean? User ID is item. Okay. Yeah, there's definitely an issue in here. I'll have to look it up to see what I'm doing wrong here. I'm betting it has to do with the accumulator. I'm not accumulating stuff the way I think I am. Most likely. But this is good. I mean, we did make a little bit of progress. And I'll just continue this tomorrow and we'll get some more progress going on this. I think I should be able to get past this hopefully. And we'll see what we can do there with that. But that's good. Had a good stream tonight. Some stuff rolling along, a little bit of progress here and there. Nothing too crazy. And had some good interactions. I enjoyed the interactions tonight with chat and everything. So it's been good. Been good. Let's go and status get add get units. More changes. Okay. And then off the database for right now. I think we're good there. Then close the database stuff up. And everything else is closed up. Cool. All right, friends. I'll be back tomorrow. Well, really today, I guess, technically, because it's past midnight. I'll be back around 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time Saturday for some more longer coding session. We'll do some more of this. Try to get this moving along. At some point, I'll jump back to the rating stuff, and we'll get the rest of the tests done on rating. And yeah, just keep this momentum going is what I'm getting at here. So thank you so much, everyone, for watching and hanging out to keep me company and all of those things, and keeping the chat going, and having all the intellectually stimulating conversations we've had. Like I said, more coding tomorrow and more coding Sunday, both at 1:30 p.m. roughly Eastern Time for several hours. So that is the rest of my schedule for this week as I know it, my friends. Thank you so much, everyone, for watching. Hope everyone has an excellent morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on what it is for you. And I hope to see you back here again in the future for some more stuff, whatever happens to suit your fancy. Until then, see you, bye.
shoulders. Bust it. I am the Grim Reaper. Get that mother. Push your shoulders. Hit that mother. Bust it. I am the Grim Reaper.
Who are you and how did you get in here?
I'm a locksmith. And I'm a locksmith.